In Major League Baseball. Last start was on June 22nd against Portland. He received the no decision, went 4 2/3, gave up 5 runs on 7 hits, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. That was the minors. This is the majors. Here we go. Here's the defense behind Lucas Giolito tonight for the Nats. Worth, Revere, Harper the outfield. Espinosa, Rendon left side. Murphy, Zimmerman right side. And Wilson Ramos behind the plate.
Also is a good thing to have the #1 defense in Major League Baseball behind you.
Absolutely.
For such a night.
That hour rain delay for Lucas Giolito must have seemed like an eternity.
Yeah. Well, I think both ball clubs are thankful that the game didn't start and then came the rains and then came the interruptions and then all the things that managers, pitching coaches, and pitchers have to deal with in a situation like that. So they'll both get a clean start to the ball game, and that's huge for both of them, especially our young guy. And Anthony Rendon will come over and hand him the baseball.
Well, I think this is going to be an interesting first pitch for a number of reasons, but Curtis Granderson likes to swing at the first pitch. And nobody throws anything but a first pitch fastball in their Major League debut. So we've seen Granderson go ambush mode, and we'll see what he does right now.
17-year veteran Chris Guccione behind the plate. Alfonso Marquez, the crew chief. Larry Vanover, he's at second. David Rackley. It's 8 o'clock, and here's Giolito's first pitch, fastball up and away. Granderson hitting .222. Couple of hits early last night. 94 to the outer half. Shift is on. And a base hit to left. Curtis Granderson stays on the ball. And for the second straight night, he leads off the ball game with a single.
Well, I think the key, like anybody's Major League debut, how soon this turns into just a baseball game. Curtis Granderson with a hug to Ryan Zimmerman. But, you know, right now things are going fast. It's a blur. You know, we've all been there, done that. And the sooner you can turn this into everything you've done your whole life to get here, the sooner you just make this another game.
As Drupal Cabrera hitting .244 left-handed, .263 overall. Nats play him on the infield pretty straight up for a left-handed hitter.
Well, the other key, harnessing all that energy, that nervous energy. Dusty said it's okay to be nervous, just don't be scared. And Lucas Giolito anything but scared. But harness that fire early. Going to be a challenge.
Ramos sitting right on the outside edge. No swing, says David Rackley, ball 2.
And also getting ahead to get to that nasty curveball changeup to complement his heater.
Up in the zone. Cabrera didn't like it, and it's 2 balls, 1 strike.
Probably up, and you'd imagine that with adrenaline, the challenge is to get it down. Take that first strike, though.
There's a high strike zone right now. Cabrera doesn't like it. Chris Guccione does.
This is probably the ceiling. Not where you want your changeup, ideally.
Yeah, 85 on the change, so a 9-mile-an-hour difference, heater to change. And it's 2-2 to Cabrera. Here's the hook.
It's a good take. I don't know how he took it.
Yeah, and when that ball crossed the plate, it might have been in the lower quadrant, but after a couple of high calls.
It might have locked him up, is what it might have done. He didn't know where I was going to end up. He's never seen a Giolito curveball before.
Now it's 3-2, and we'll see if Terry Collins decides to do something with Granderson at first. Doesn't run a whole lot this stage of his career, but he's moving, and it's a foul ball. Inside the numbers, brought to you by Jeep. So that's better than a strikeout per inning. Most outstanding major league prospect as recently as 2 years ago. And he's been to the Futures game twice. That's the Sunday before the All-Star game.
It's a top rail kind of start. Everybody on the top rail looking.
3-2 with nobody out. Again, Granderson's shorter lead. Not running. Swing and a miss. Strikeout. Number 1 in the major leagues for Lucas Giolito. And they will authenticate the baseball.
He authenticated the fastball, 96 miles an hour, said, here it is, hit it. Some good old-fashioned country hardball in the reach back. I talked about it earlier, that 96 plays a little bit more firm. It plays up because he's 6'6". He's throwing downhill. He's on top of you. So you look at 96 on the scoreboard, but what Asdrubal Cabrera just saw, probably a little bit harder. And Steven Strasburg with a big smile, he remembers what it feels like.
So charting the guy replacing him tonight in the rotation.
Lucas charted last night on TV. He did.
Cool.
From his hotel room.
Is that true?
Yeah, he did.
Wow. Here's Cespedes. Gashes one to Rendon. Time for a play at first. That ball was really hit hard. Good play, 2 outs.
112 miles an hour on the scoreboard on the hit speed of that ground ball. So you want to play third in the big leagues, you're watching at home, that hit him going about 112. Nice job of keeping it in front, taking your time, making a good throw. Anthony Rendon has played Gold Glove third base all season long. That was a good play.
So at 2 outs, it's the left-handed hitting Neil Walker, second baseman. Switch hitter from the left side, 249, 265 overall. And for the Mets, he's been swinging the bat well, 7 for his last 19. First pitch changeup.
You got to believe that strikeout loosened him up a little bit. Cespedes retired. I mean, those are little things for a normal pitcher in the first inning, but big things in your major league debut, right? Loosened me up a little bit.
Follows it up with 93. That one to the right side. Great play, Murphy takes a run away from his former team, and now Lucas can take a deep breath. He got 2 outstanding infield plays behind him in his first major league inning.
He's thinking right now, they didn't make these kind of plays behind me in the minor leagues. Anthony Rendon with a nice stop to get Cespedes, and then Daniel Murphy doing it his old team once again. Nice play.
Matt Harvey against the Nats offense. Ben Revere leads off, and he had a fantastic game here last night. 4 hits, 3 runs, 3 steals, added an RBI to it. And that set the table for the guys behind him, including Wilson Ramos, who now has 41 RBIs. Loves hitting against the Mets. Look at that, 47 batted in 57 career games. Harvey overall, 12 starts against the Nats. 3-5 with a 2.93 ERA, but it's been a different story this year.
You see the arsenal. Fastball averaging 94.4 this year. Slider, curveball, change to complement the heater. See the no decision. The Mets 4-3 loss at Atlanta last start on the 23rd. Gave up 2 runs on 8 hits over 6. Struck out 3, walked nobody through 91 pitches in that one.
Ball 1 to Ben Revere. Now hitting .314 his last 16 games. 2-0. Harvey 69 strikeouts in 85 innings. Extraordinarily low total by his standards for his career. 22 walks. He's been hittable. .288 opponent's batting average. And Revere, a little late there on 2-0. Early game notes for you. Nats keep coming from behind, top 5 in all of baseball. So there's the Revere .314, and he's done well against the Mets. Matt Harvey, not that great at Nationals Park. The ERA, bad. That's on the inside edge, and the count's even 2-2. So it'll be Jason Worth next. He has 5 career hits against Harvey, like Revere does. And we'll see if Bryce Harper can start doing some damage against this guy. Got him. Harvey working the extreme first base side of the pitching rubber FP, and he put that fastball right to that side of the plate.
Well, there's some run back in that, some front hip action. Strike 2 and strike 3. And strike 3 a little bit more on the border than strike 2, but good pitch by Matt Harvey.
Nissan tracking a pretty good fastball combo there. And here's Jason Worth, 5 for 23 career against Harvey with 3 walks. Matt has struck him out 11 times. Big month of June. Several days to go before the holiday weekend. Lucas, by the way, 14 pitches, 10 strikes, first inning.
His eyeballing Matt Harvey right there. Did you see that?
Well hit by Worth. It is foul into the left field corner. Ball in the air a long time, and it gave it time to hook.
That's defense tonight behind Matt Harvey. Nimmo, Cespedes, Granderson in the outfield. Cabrera, Flores left side. Walker, Loney right side. And Travis d'Arnaud behind the plate. A nice night last night.
Yeah, good to see him back and playing. Such a good catcher. Concussions have gotten him. Shoulder problems to shut him down in April after just 2 weeks. 2-1 pitch. That's to the outside edge, and Harvey has command of the heater so far. Worth's batting eye has been amazing lately. He had 2 quality walks in the first 3 innings last night. Bryce Harper going to break the jinx right now. 1 for 24 career against Harvey. 3-2 with 1 out.
Harvey's slider coming out firm here early. It averages 88 miles an hour on the season, but everyone he's thrown here has been 90 plus. It's tight, it's late, it's short. Looked like it's tough to pick up, almost like a cutter. Usually has a little more tilt than you've seen here early.
Worth hanging tough on a couple of pitches now. Crowd liking it. So pitch number 9 in this at bat coming. And Worth will get the base on balls. What a good at bat. That'll put Harvey off the stretch for Bryce Harper.
Bryce had a tough night last night. Swung the bat well, was on base, running all over the place, but he banged himself up. You see the foul ball off the top of his ankle there. And I think, was it the other foot that had the weird landing at first base? Yeah, it was the left foot and the roll of the ankle. So the ankle's not a good night for Bryce Harper. Neither one. He had a good night. Ankle's not so much.
So to start the game tonight, right lower leg protected. Bryce has an RBI career against Harvey, and that's inside. 3 bases on balls. Harper now 288 his last 21 games, and he's been on base in 19 of those. Darno jumps outside.
Talking to Jason in the clubhouse today about him trying to sneak home last night and James Loney catching him. He said that'd have been the greatest play ever if I made it, but he was kind of bummed that he didn't. I said, hey, the way you guys played last night, that was fun to watch, man. You guys all were run till they tag you, playing out of your unis, everybody dirty. Ben Revere leading the way. It was fun to watch, and he agreed. It's a fun brand of baseball when you see a ball club running all over the bases. A lot of people, when you think of baseball and making it fun again, think of home runs. I think of running the bases. I'd love to see a ball club all over the place on the bases.
Right side could be 2. And a 4-6-3 turned by Walker and Cabrera. So Murphy, who's homered twice against Harvey, will have to wait an inning. No score after 1.
Mike Maddox, the Nationals pitching coach, has prepared a lot of young pitchers for their big league debuts, and I asked Mike earlier today what his approach was leading into today's ball game with Lucas Giolito. He said his main thing that he wanted to get across to Giolito was just, I want to keep you at ease. He says it's important to reinforce to young pitchers that the game hasn't changed a bit. You do what you want to do, good things will happen regardless of the level you're pitching at. As far as scouting reports go, Maddox says he planned to keep things very basic with Lucas. He didn't want to throw too much at him. He said execute. That's your game plan. Execute. We'll do the thinking as far as himself and Wilson Ramos and determining how best to get out the Mets hitters. You go out there, you execute this game plan that we're giving for you, and if you do what you want, you're going to have results.
2 hard hit balls, first inning, 1 hit, 1 strikeout. That's Dan with our Coons.com sideline report. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting. James Loney against Giolito.
Well, that's a good pitching coach trying to keep it simple for his young pitcher. And I think the fact that he was in spring training, he's already faced the Mets. That was his one start in spring training. I think he went a couple innings, and he told Dusty Baker he could give him 9. But knowing your teammates when you come in the clubhouse is such a big deal. As a young player and a prospect, when you get to know them in spring training, it's not overwhelming. They're not these big mythical features, guys that you see on TV, figures, the word I'm trying to look for. They're just guys now because you know them. So that's the comfort level that he'll have here. Whereas if he didn't go to spring training, it might be a little more intimidating.
Yeah, 9 out of those 14 starts, pretty good. Loney hits one to right center. Bryce Harper tracking it. 4 outs in a row after the Granderson base hit. So a strikeout, 2 grounders, and now a fly. Wilmer Flores and Brandon Nimmo the next 2.
I'm looking at Lucas's pitch counts in the minor leagues: 98, 98, 106, 103, 100. I think the big question is going to be here tonight. There's some rain moving in, and what do they do if there's a big delay?
Yeah.
That would be a huge buzzkill, by the way.
Wilmer Flores is hitting .319 since the Mets moved him to third base 25 days ago. So his batting average at .248.
And we're good.
That's
for now.
A look down to the south. 1-1. Flores kind of close to the trademark, fouling that one off. To the left side. This one a little softer than the first one to Rendon. And the Nats are playing solidly behind their rookie pitcher. Now it'll be rookie each in their first few days in the big leagues. Nimmo playing his 3rd game, and he'll face Giolito here. Brandon Nimmo from Cheyenne, Wyoming. First 2 big league hits here last night. A flare to right center in the 2nd, then an infield hit third base line in the 3rd. So he's 2 for 8 as a major league hitter.
Mets are averaging 2.6 runs of support in Matt Harvey starts this season. That's the 2nd lowest total for any qualified starter in the National League. They haven't gotten Matt Harvey any runs.
A ball to left. Here comes Worth. Hangs up for Jason. He's got it. And now Giolito has retired 6 in a row. On to do-ups. It's Daniel Murphy. And what he's done lately, more of what he did earlier. He's back on top in multi-hit games. 100 base hits on the year. It's Matt Harvey this year. Thursday, May 19th at New York, first inning. Worth had walked with 1 out, and with 2 outs, Murphy. That was his 6th of the year. And then here at Nationals Park, Tuesday, the 24th of May, 1 out, 5th inning, a 2-run shot, part of a Nationals 3-run inning. So they beat Harvey 9-1 there, 7-4 here. And Murphy steps in against him, 2 for 4 with those 2 homers, 4 batted in and a base on balls.
You think a team that's struggling offensively misses a guy hitting .350 leading the National League?
I'd say with a team batting average of .234 and brutal with runners in scoring position, yes and yes. And Neil Walker's done a fine job. I mean, he's a good ball player at second base. Murphy's just had a fantastic start to the season. Travis d'Arnaud will catch that. And now it's Ramos and Zimmerman, the next 2. Inside the numbers on Harvey, brought to you by Jeep. So first 8 times the ERA under a run per game. Last 4 over 8.5 a game. Hitting almost double what they did in those first 8. Walks, hits per innings pitched doubling as well. But he's been good so far here.
A few of those first 8 were before Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
And those last 4 have been since he's been thinking a lot, let's put it that way, on the mound.
Ramos gashes one to center. Came in hitting .341, only 9 points behind Daniel Murphy. Nats have a base runner with 1 out.
Well, if you haven't had a chance to see Wilson Ramos play this year, you've missed a lot because he's been swinging it. Striking out a lot less, hitting the ball on the nose the majority of the time, and there goes the no-hitter Buffalo style here in the bottom of the 2nd. Nice swing.
Ryan Zimmerman, 6 career hits against Harvey, couple of home runs, 3 RBIs.
Took Harvey deep here last time he faced him. On May 24th, when Matt Harvey gave up 5 runs on 8 hits over 5.
And Zimmerman got him with 1 out in the 4th. Then Rendon went back-to-back, and then the aforementioned Murphy home run 1 inning later. Then the Nats had 2 more against the Mets bullpen later that night. Ryan, 9 of his last 20 hits extra bases. Inside, and d'Arnaud fighting that ball.
Kind of handcuffed him with some arm side run. It might give you a good idea of how much Harvey's fastball's moving around tonight. Travis d'Arnaud, good receiver, couldn't handle that.
'84 on the hook, 2-2. A lot of guys wiping their brows tonight. You already saw the 33 on Harvey's back, sweat soaking through the numbers here early. Mets in their blue tops tonight. The starting pitcher gets to decide what tops they wear, and Harvey likes the blue. 2-2 with 1 out. Zimmerman can't catch up with 96, 2 down. Matt Harvey's 2nd strikeout. And now Anthony Rendon. 5 for his last 11. 2 of those hits, followed by a sac fly in the middle of the game last night. Gave the Nationals 3 runs, and then he scored twice himself. Against Harvey, good numbers, 6 for 17. This one to the gap in right center. Gonna roll to the wall. Here comes Ramos. Bob Henley's gonna send him. The throw home is wide, and the Buffalo scores. Rendon drives him in. He's on third. The Nationals lead 1-0.
I'll tell you what, once that ball got over Granderson's head, whether Wilson Ramos was scoring was dependent on how this ball kicks off the wall. Watch it check up short. And now he has to go in and get it, that extra half step or so that Granderson has to reach in and get the baseball. When you have a below average runner like Wilson Ramos, allowed him to score. It's the only thing I'm looking for. Does that ball kick off the wall to Granderson, or does it sit tight? It sat tight, and that's why Bob Henley sent Wilson Ramos, and you still see how close it is at home plate. So if Granderson doesn't have to take that extra step, go in and get that ball, Ramos is out. That was the difference in that play. And stay hot, Anthony Rendon. He's locked in.
Here's Espinoza. Will they pitch to him with 2 outs? Yeah, they will. Strike one. Anthony Rendon, RBI number 30. He's now 6 for his last 12. Another big night for Danny last night, the number 8 hole.
And this is another example, Carp. Whatever happens here, I'm not pitching this guy. I'm making the pitcher beat me, especially in his first major league at bat. I mean, he might strike him out, but we've seen so many teams take chances with Danny Espinoza in this exact situation, and he's come through. He's burned him. But I also think that because he strikes out a lot, that's the tease for the opponent.
Exactly.
Do I go after him? Do I not go after him? But with 13 home runs, in my opinion, he's the most dangerous eighth-place hitter in the National League.
0-2 now. That was a triple, by the way, for Rendon, his second of the year. Espinoza fights one off and hits it out of play left side. Nationals in this series now have 19 hits, and that's only their 4th extra base hit. Target away. Danny will reach out and stay alive again. So Harvey up to 30 pitches. Giolito's at 23, his first 2 innings. Lucas on deck. So for the last month, hitting almost 280, slugging great. 10 of his 13 home runs, 23 of his 33 runs scored. He's driven in 34 this year, including 11 his last 17 games. Good batting eye, 2-2.
Yeah, that's the same pitch that Ben Revere struck out on. And I think the way Danny Espinoza took this pitch versus the way Ben Revere did was the difference in strike 3. Maybe a little bit more inside. But he kind of sold the call with the way he took it.
Mercedes-Benz on the pitch track. Ball 3. So they're pitching tough to Espinoza with a pitcher on deck who had a grand total of 9 minor league at bats. Darno stands up now. And now they maybe want to talk about whether to just put him on.
I mean,
why wouldn't you?
They might strike him out. It might work for him. He might ground out, fly out, not get a hit. But the fact that they're flirting with this, to me, I mean, maybe it's because we get to see Danny Espinoza play every day. I'm never taking a chance with this guy. Like you said, he's got 9 at-bats. This is a no-brainer for me. I know it's early in the game, but to me it doesn't matter if it's the 2nd inning or the 7th inning. You walk Danny Espinosa every single time and twice on Sunday in this situation.
And the other thing, what if you bury a breaking ball and it gets away?
True.
A lot of bad things can happen. 3-2. Danny Espinosa, one of the most disciplined at bats he's ever had, and he's aboard with 2 outs. For Lucas Giolito, in the minor leagues, 0 for 9, 2 sacrifice bunts, just for the fun of it, his batting stats. Second walk by Harvey. Great speed at both corners. The crowd digging ball 1. Somebody's saying, look how big he is. If he could just get a hold of one here. But he's facing Matt Harvey. That was rather tardy on 96.
Talking to Lucas's mom today, she said obviously she's nervous, but she just hoped that Lucas got a hit. Well, if he gets one here, it's going to be a big one.
So it's 1-2. Outfield shallow. Now Darno looking into the dugout again. This may be if Espinosa starts running.
He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, you wouldn't want him gunned down and then starting the inning with Giolito leading off. Giolito gets a piece of it to the right side. Race to the bag. And having to hit a moving target, Neil Walker to Matt Harvey. The highlight of the inning, Rendon's triple. But at the tail end, the speed, the slide, the emotion, and pretty soon the oxygen for Wilson Ramos.
With 2 scoreless innings under his belt so far. Wilson Ramos told me earlier today that he was pulling into the players' parking lot at about 2 p.m. this afternoon and saw Lucas Giolito there. Little surprised to see a pitcher that early showing up to the ballpark on a day that he pitched. Wilson kind of smiled and said, I know he's amped up. I know he wants to be at the ballpark and just be around a big league stadium. So he understood that. I talked to Max Scherzer as well about Giolito and what he saw being around the big right-hander in spring training. Max said that he picked up from Lucas that he knows what he doesn't know. He asks lots of questions. He wants to learn. And Max noted that it's incredibly rare that a starter comes up and dominates from the get-go. He says even the best starters get hit around early on in their big league careers. It's a process, but he was really impressed with the fact that Lucas Giolito knew what he needed to learn in spring training, was asking tons of questions, and really was there to soak up as much information as he could. He's got a lot of good guys on this staff that he can pick up tips from. He hung around with Steven Strasburg and played golf with him in spring. He worked out with Joe Ross a lot, and the two of them became pretty close. So Lucas trying to just pick up as much info as he can from these national starters in spring training. Max was really taken by that.
Well, I like a guy who knows what DC traffic is all about and did not take any chances on getting to the ballpark. So that's Dan with our Coons.com sideline report. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting. Here's Travis d'Arnaud, top of the third. So far for Giolito, 23 pitches, 17 strikes. d'Arnaud, Harvey, and Granderson.
There's no such thing as too early in your major league debut. No such thing. You just sit around your hotel room and go nuts all day. Watch your phone blow up with text messages, or get to your comfort zone with all your boys.
Rendon waiting for that one. 7 straight for Giolito, with Matt Harvey coming in.
Oh, he's supposed to be the #1 pick in the draft. He sprained a ligament in his elbow, dropped to the 16th pick, and the Nats said all along, if he's there when we pick, we take him. No brainer.
Yeah.
And I like that he's sitting at 93, 94. There's always that chance that in your big league debut, you punch yourself out early. You go too fast, too soon, and then you get to the 4th inning and you have nothing.
Right to Ryan Zimmerman. First time through the order, the Mets go 1 for 9. And that's the 5th ground ball out. How about that? 27 pitches first time through. And Granderson now. Didn't hit the ball very hard, but he dumped a single into left field first time up. One man on the left side, Anthony Rendon. Murphy 20 feet out into right field on the shift.
Changeup from Giolito early is a lot better than I anticipated. It's pretty good.
Yeah, we didn't hear much about it, did we?
Oh, just fastball curve, and the changeup is something he's been working on. He'll cut the fastball, little 2-seam run at times, but mostly a 4-seamer straight over the top.
Ominous clouds approaching the park from the west. Just saw, I think, a little bit of lightning up in those clouds to the northwest.
Yeah, it's getting ready.
And he misses by a wide margin. 4-pitch walk to Granderson. Breaks a string of 8 consecutive batters retired. Next up, Asdrubal Cabrera, who didn't like a couple of high strike calls during his at bat and then eventually struck out swinging on a good heater. And this one high in the air to right. At 8:43, a little bit of twilight out there, but Bryce has it. And Giolito is through 3, having given up only a base hit and a walk.
those handsome dudes. Seriously. Which one are you, Carp? I'm going, I don't know, whatever. First 25,000.
I'm the not the oldest one. That's me.
Nats Park to get a special Rat Pack poster. Plus, the select golden ticket winners will receive a special surprise giveaway. I think we signed the surprise giveaway today. Visit nationals.com/ratpacknight. It'll be a fun night at the yard.
I think there will be 100 like golden tickets, and they get autographed copies. We were fighting off the irresistible urge of sending you out for drinks.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm always down.
Here's Ben Revere. Struck out looking first time as Harvey painted the inside edge right under his hands. Nats lead 1-0 on the Rendon triple after the Ramos base hit. Inside.
Now you see the game plan against Ben Revere tonight. Matt Harvey's pounded him in. Struck him out first time with some run back fastballs. He's going right back to the well second time.
Yeah, Ben went up the middle twice for hits last night, once to left. This time sharply hit. Neil Walker for the first out. Next 5 will take us through 3. Well, make it 4 games against the Reds tomorrow night. Now, Steven Matz has been scratched. Logan Verrett will start against Max Scherzer. Then the Reds are in for 4. See the special 6 o'clock starting time Friday. Back to 7 o'clock Saturday, 1:30 Sunday. Yeah, more bad news for the Mets pitching staff. Steven Matz unable to make his start tomorrow. Here's Jason Worth walking first time. In the dirt on a slider, 1-1. Harvey, first 2 innings, 38 pitches, 24 strikes. Nats had 4 of their first 9 batters get on base. So the lineup turned over quickly. And here's Worth taking a good fastball, 97. Right on the black, outside edge. Tried to paint there again. Chris Guccione stood up, and the right arm stayed at his side.
That one was a 4-seamer. The pitch before that was a 2-seamer that ran back. He just tried to clip that outside corner and just missed it. That was close.
2-2. Jason Work now has 30 walks on the year.
Seen a lot of pitches too lately. 13 total tonight so far.
He's going to be called out. Maybe he couldn't react to the curveball, they're calling it, as this was inside corner. Nissan tracks it.
Yeah, locked him up, everything away in the sequence, everything else firm, and then a kind of a backup curveball for strike 3. Good pitch.
There's Bryce. Bryce sack fly, 0 for 3 against Harvey. Last time here, his 1 career RBI against the right-hander. Dark clouds rolling in. Grounds crew near the tarp over on the first base side. And the 0-2 to Harper. High in the air, left center. Cespedes over and under it. And a 1-2-3 third against the top of the order for Matt Harvey. Giolito back to work. He's been great. The Nats lead by 1. Of Nationals baseball, brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid all-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com tonight.
Tom Seaver's here. I just saw him walking on the concourse. You see that? Bryce Harper, Denard Span's here. I came a long way for this one.
Yeah, we have a veritable all-star team here. Hall of Famers. Top of the 4th, Cespedes, Walker, Loney. Lucas Giolito threw 3 innings, 32 pitches, 21 strikes. 1 hit, 1 walk, both by Granderson.
You liking what you're seeing so far? I am.
Love it. You know, and you can't really say he's pitching to contact. He's throwing strikes. They're making some contact, but he's thus getting some quicker outs. And look at the inning totals now, 9 and 9 his last 2 frames.
He's under control, and that's what I'm liking most so far. He's not out there in closer mode from the get-go, all amped out of his head. And you kind of had a feeling, knowing the kid, known him for a while, that he wouldn't be fazed by this moment.
You know, but Epi, how many times you see a young pitcher comes up after 3 innings, he's got 4 strikeouts and 3 walks, and he's up around 50, 60 pitches. Giolito under control. Now Cespedes did gash it first time. Yoenis turns away from that one, a fastball not far off his left elbow. Three balls in the air, 5 ground ball outs, 1 strikeout. Three and 0. And then look out here. It's got to be all systems go if he sees something down the middle. Cespedes 6th in the league with 18 home runs. Low and away. So 4 pitch walks to 2 of the last 3 hitters. Follow Nats baseball live. It's the MLB.com at-bat app. So you've got game day, live game video highlights and StatCast. Download MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball on either your phone, your tablet, or both. Here's Neil Walker.
Stretch might be the thing for Lucas right now. I've seen a few pitches in the windup where he's out of sync. He's not repeating his mechanics. He's getting a little bit quick. And now you simplify things. It's almost like a 2-strike approach where you spread out and choke up. Because he's got a lot going on. I mean, Mike Maddox knows that. When it was wind up, you're 6'6". There's a lot of parts that have to be on time. But now, out of the stretch, there's less parts that have to be on time. You saw that 3-0 pitch to Cespedes. He was all out of whack.
1-1. 79 for the swing and miss.
Well, here's a good example of the curveball from Lucas Giolito. The best one he's thrown tonight. Watch this one. 12-6 off a table. See him getting on top. The spin rate right over the top. Look at the spin on that curveball. All right. That was pretty good. How about another one? A pickoff play on it first. Did you see Ramos hop up? A lot of heaters, 83%.
One and two. When the ball game started at 8 o'clock straight up, flags were active blowing in from right field. They are not doing a thing right now. Big crowd. Major League debut. Nats on top. And a 1-2 with nobody out. Cespedes medium lead. And Walker, a fly ball to left center. Coming back to Jason Worth. He gets rid of it in a hurry, and that freezes Cespedes and sends him back. Big out.
You know, that's where the off outfielder helps. When you're going for a baseball and you're looking at the ball, you don't know if a guy's tagging up. So what's your job as the off outfielder? To tell him what's going on. So right now Ben Revere's running over there saying he's tagging, he's tagging, he's tagging, and Worth gets rid of it quick, and Cespedes, who ran about 5 steps to second base, got rid of it so quick. He went back. Jason got rid of it, and that's all Ben Revere right there. Give him a star for running over there and doing something productive. That was nice.
Yeah, great call. Loney, fly ball to right first time. Big time lightning appearing, but it was well beyond the Capitol to the north. That ball hit hard, slicing, and about 4 to 5 feet foul. I like it. The crowd's getting revved up on 2 strikes here. Oh-2 with 1 out. Bouncing ball, Espinosa. Murphy, the relay. Got them both. 6-4-3. And Giolito is through 4 with 1 base hit.
Good stretch on the end. That was a difference. Look at Zimmerman coming off the bag. Nice turn by Murphy. You saw his parents. They were fired up.
debut, and there's one woman here who's super excited about that. That's his mother, Lindsay Frost. Lindsay, Luke, this has been a long progression for your son, even though he's just 21 years old. What are the emotions that you feel today as he takes the mound for the first time in a big league uniform?
It's overwhelming. There are no words, really. There are no words. It's like one of those moments in life that you want to soak it all up because you don't want to forget it. You always want to remember it, and it's just going to go by so fast, and we were all so nervous, and it happened very quickly. So in one way, we didn't have a time to really process it, you know, before we were here. So it's been great. It's been great.
Everyone talks about Lucas's poise as Daniel Murphy singles through the right side.
Murph?
Where does that poise and that composure come from at such a young age, do you think?
You know, I don't know. He always had it. He was always very mature. He was always all right in front of a crowd. He was never shy. He just had a lot of confidence. And I think that, you know, I was telling people all day today, you know, I was getting so many texts and messages and people, and I said, you know, when he was in 5th grade, he said, you know, when they had the little yearbooks, what are we going to be when we grow up? Major league ball player. Like, there was never any doubt. And so I think he just has that kind of confidence about it, and it's a great thing. It's been fun to watch.
It's been fun to watch for us too. Congratulations and enjoy the rest of it.
Thank you very much.
Guys, back to you.
Ball well hit right center from Ramos, and it is caught at the base of the wall by Granderson. That sends Murphy back to first as Wilson Ramos came close to an extra base hit.
Ball ain't carrying tonight.
Yeah.
Air's thick. I thought that was out of here. And that's what he does best. Fastball's in. He thought he got it. We've seen Wilson Ramos watch home runs. It's kind of what he does. And this one fooled me. It fooled him. From Curtis Granderson with a nice running catch on the track. Lucas is probably rooting for this one. Get up. His mom, Lindsay, you just saw, she watches every Nats game. She watches us every single night. She has since Lucas was drafted, so she knows as much about this ball club as anybody out there. She's been a fan from day one.
Here's Zimmerman. Her dad, Warren Frost, a frequent cast member on Seinfeld. So a couple of generations of actors and actresses there.
Does he know Keith Hernandez?
Well, you know, Keith is known for that now. Nobody knows he played baseball anymore. He does hair commercials, and he was on Seinfeld. That's enough for most Americans. Ryan Zimmerman struck out swinging first time, but it's 2-0.
Dad Rick there on the right with the red hat and the glasses. Brothers in the middle.
Working the phones.
Great family. I had the pleasure of knowing them for the last 3 or 4 years or so, and it's not real surprising that Lucas turned out how he did.
2-0 pitch. Flag starting to move a little here.
We had him up in the booth a couple of years ago. He was fantastic on TV.
Murphy running, pitch inside. Murph is out. Perfect throw by Travis d'Arnaud. Larry Vanover there to punch him out, and Murphy didn't signal the dugout or stand there. He runs away.
Murph is the kind of guy that'll give you the headphones immediately. He looks safe to me, but based on Murphy's reaction, I'm thinking he's out. I mean, he's a guy that'll show you exactly how he's feeling all the time. He tried to ambush Harvey right here, and it looked like the tag got him on the shin before his foot hit. I mean, you don't even need replay half the time. Just watch the players' reactions. Most of the time, they're absolutely 100% correct. Body language will tell you all you need to know.
Strike to Zimmerman. I thought Murph had a good jump, and d'Arnaud just made a fantastic throw.
Great throw, right on the money.
So there's Zimmerman walking, second base runner of the inning, and that's Matt Harvey's third walk tonight. Anthony Rendon, raindrops coming. Now this is an interesting situation. The Nats have the lead, 3 outs in the top of the 5th. It becomes an official ball game, and then it's up to the weather how the rest of the night goes. Fans are starting to head up. Flags are blowing now fairly stiffly toward the right field corner. I was just hoping those flags had stayed limp for another 15 minutes or so. Here's Rendon. His triple 2 innings ago, the difference in the game.
2-out walk is big because now you're facing the hottest Nats hitter, in my opinion.
That ball off the gear of Travis d'Arnaud. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Harvey's slider way better than the last 2 times we saw him this year. It's short, it's late, it's playing like a cutter, and he's got good command of it. Fastball command could be better. He'd probably tell you that himself, but the slider tonight he's got to be pleased with.
That's the best we've seen him throw this year, no doubt about it, against the Nats. Two outs, 1-1 to Rendon. Crowding the plate. Target in. Ball way in, 2-1. The Nats lead the season series 4-3 now. They've split the 4-game series. And since the start of 2012, the Nationals are now 22 games over 500 against the Mets. 2-1 with 2 outs. Rendon drills another one. Falling on the ground. Zimmerman to third, and Danny Espinosa will bat here in the 4th inning. Rendon 2 for 2. Danny had 3 hits last night.
Yeah, like I said, he's been doing a great job out of the 8th slot. You see what he did to Noah Syndergaard last night. That was on a 2-strike pitch. He tried to bunt a couple of times, then he laced a bullet to right. This one, same way. That scored Anthony Rendon. And then how about one right-handed down the left field line for a couple of bases. So a nice night for Danny Espinosa, and all of a sudden the skies are open up here at Nats Park.
Yeah, and we've seen ball clubs in the field in situations like this not exactly get in a hurry with weather approaching and now arriving. Mets know how close this is to being an official ball game. They're going to pitch to Espinosa, who takes a fastball up.
If you're confident in throwing strikes and you're Matt Harvey, there's no reason to face Danny Espinosa right now. Oh, and they're calling the tarp out.
Well, that's too bad, because based on how long this takes, you hope it doesn't keep Lucas Giolito from having a chance for a win. So the rain hits at 9:08. Now we are delayed.
Well, I think this is a good move. I mean, there's some nasty thunderstorms moving in, and you don't want to try to get a tarp out in the middle of a thunderstorm. Be kind of preventative measures right now, because then the field's not playable. So right now they're getting the tarp out, hustling up before the winds and the thunder and lightning and everything hits. It's going to get bad.
So Lucas Giolito through 4 innings is at 45 pitches, which is fantastic. 29 strikes. So it's really coming down. And the crew chief, Larry Vanover, second base umpire, made that call. Grounds crew gets the. This is pretty good. I was looking at my laptop here. When the grounds crew touched the tarp, it just turned 9:09, and when they covered the infield a moment ago, it had just turned 9:10. They did it in a minute. They got one piece of the home plate circle to get covered. Now they just did.
Well, let's look at Lucas Giolito's night. Some key in the driver's seat. Ran out to a nice ovation. Came in from the bullpen to a nice ovation. Anthony Rendon saying, hey, it's just a ball game. Throw strikes. You'll be all right. And that's exactly what he did. First strikeout on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Daniel Murphy picking him up big time. That's a huge play in a 1-0 game. There was a runner on third. And then a little 6-4-3 double play. Nice stretch by Zimmerman. Nice turn by Daniel Murphy. So all in all, you have to like what you've seen from the young right-hander for the Nats.
Well, we're going to send you to ESPN News right now as we have our second delay of the night. The first one delayed the ball game, the start of the game, for exactly 55 minutes. This one happens at 9:08, and we will keep our eyes on everything for you, radar, etc. And for now, that's it from the ballpark. See you a little bit later. a shame. But Lucas Giolito opened a lot of eyes tonight, and I'm so impressed, FP, by the fact that he threw 45 pitches in 4 innings, 2/3 of them strikes, 7 ground ball outs, and you know, one strikeout, not blowing guys away, and he gave up 1 flare of a hit to left field.
You know what it was? It was a professional outing. It wasn't like, wow, oh my goodness, there's 15 strikeouts. Look at this guy. And you kind of almost like it better that way, because now the expectations haven't been built so high for his next start. He went out there, he controlled his nerves, he left with a lead, he did what he had to do, he let his defense work behind him. So all in all, a really solid one to build on for next time for Lucas Giolito. And win his next time, I have no idea. But impressed with the demeanor, the mound presence, and how he handled himself more than anything he threw to home plate.
So here's Eric Goodell, who takes over for the Mets. He will inherit a 2-on, 2-out situation. Goodell made an appearance for 2 innings last night. Nats got a run on 3 hits against him as he pitched the 6th and the 7th, walked 1, struck out 1. Alejandro De Aza takes over in right field, and it'll take a moment for us to figure out whether it's a double switch or not. We'll let you know where he's batting. So at third base is Ryan Zimmerman. He walked with 1 out. During his at bat, Murphy was caught stealing. So then Ryan gets the base on balls. Anthony Rendon dropped a base hit into right field. And Danny Espinosa was just walking into the batter's box when the weather broke loose, and then Clint Robinson now comes out to hit for Lucas Giolito. Got all that?
Not even close. I'm still pounding coffee trying to wake up.
Danny Espinosa 0 for 3 career against Goodell. So the rain stopped the ball game at 9:08, and we're going to have the next pitch at 10:33, and he almost threw it away.
Good take, just missed.
Matt Harvey, by the way, goes 3 2/3, 4 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, and he's responsible for both men on base. Throw over, Rendon back in. And a 2-0 pitch now coming. And Espinosa takes it outside, 3-0.
Why not? He's been swinging it. I'll go green light right here. See what Dusty Baker decides to do. Run into one, make it a 4-0 game.
It's up in the zone, 3-1. Nats have out hit the Mets 4-1. And the count goes full, which will give Anthony Rendon a head start at first base shortly. Field looks like it's in really good shape. Grounds crew got the infield cover in a minute after the heavy rain started. Most of the work, it seems, was done on the warning tracks, as well as getting the water off the tarp. So quite playable out there. Payoff pitch to Danny Espinosa. Rendon moving. Espinosa fouls it straight back. Since we last played, the Marlins game at Detroit has gone final. Tigers 7, Miami 5. So right now, the Marlins and the Mets are 4 games back of the Nats. Espinosa takes it, and the bases are loaded. And here comes Clint Robinson. Fourth walk issued by the Mets tonight.
Danny Espinosa's eyeballs have been fantastic this year. His walk rate way up. Another walk, 2 tonight. On base again. Keep messing around like this, you might be leading off sometime.
Terry Collins is going situational in the 4th inning. Now that Robinson's been announced as the pinch hitter. Situational. 1-0 game, 4th inning. Race sometime between 8:45 and 9 o'clock this evening, and everybody just kind of standing around.
I don't see anybody right now.
George is going to stop them. Onward. They got the Army fatigues on tonight, and the commander-in-chief, the first ever, is going to lead them all to victory. Yes, sir. We salute you. Former Nat 32-year-old Jerry Blevins takes over here. And for the Mets, his 34th appearance, 1.77 ERA.
Fastball curveball change. 34th game for Blevins. Fastball averaging 88 miles an hour. 205 average against. A lot of fly balls at 58% of the time. And a huge situation in this game. So let's go 0 to 60 together.
Sure. So, not surprising that Robinson has never faced Blevins, but this early in the ball game, there's no way Dusty's going to pinch hit for Robinson and use 2 players here.
This is huge. 2 outs, bases loaded, 1-0 game against the second-place ball club.
And Clint swings at the first pitch and flies it to Nimmo in left field, and Brandon Nimmo has it. That's it for the Nats. They strand 3. Boy, that was a long 4th inning. We all wanted to see him pitch at least 5 innings and have a chance for that win, but things in baseball don't always work out, or shall I say seldom work out the way you expect. So the 5th inning is underway. Lucas can now spectate and enjoy Joe Ross, Gio, and Steven Strasburg, and watch Yusmeiro Petit in a role he knows so well take over. 31-year-old right-hander, making his 20th appearance with the Nats, a .293 ERA.
A fastball, slider, curveball change. 4-pitch guy. Fastball averaging 89. Usually stays away from right-handed hitters.
Wilmer Flores bouncing ball to third first time up. One of Giolito's 7 ground ball outs. And this one back out of play. 5th inning underway.
I would imagine there's a huge sense of relief for Lucas Giolito. You know, all the buildup in the last day or so, the nerves today coming to the ballpark, the rain delay for an hour before he takes the mound. And now he could sit there with the rest of the rotation and relax a little bit. He knows he did a nice job tonight.
You've talked about this before. What does it feel like when you know, either as a pitcher or a position player, that your game plays at the big league level, at least for one night?
I mean, you work at it your whole life, and there's always that mystery. Does my stuff play at the big league level? Can I play there? You know you can. You think you can, but until you actually go do it, there's always that little doubt in the back of your head. So I would say after facing the Mets tonight, he's got to feel good about himself. And we hope we get to see him another time.
Flores 1 for 4 career with a double against Yusmeiro Petit, and that's a foul ball. 1-2.
They're having fun.
Tanner Roark behind him.
Kind of reliving it, isn't he? Saying that one ball went through and what he was thinking. And they're probably sharing stories about their first big league game, back and forth. I remember my first big league start. I did this. I was nervous. I mean, that's good stuff right there. Strasburg, Gio, Giolito, Ross, Tanner Roark in the background.
And Max has probably already gone home or been sent home for his start tomorrow night. They'd probably have to send him home because he'd want to stay.
Yeah.
If we know Max. Pretty good at bat by Wilmer Flores. Mercedes-Benz tracking it everything away. Some down, some middle, some up. Outfield around to the right. So he's pitching him the way they're defensing him. And that's low and away, 3-2. Up the middle. Might have gone right between Yusmeiro's spikes, and the ball found its way to Daniel Murphy. College Rivalry Day, we'll tell you about it one more time, okay? Tomorrow night, Hokies, Wahoos, 2nd annual. And with the purchase of a special ticket, enjoy pregame activities, talk a little smack, get a reusable Nats acrylic cup in your school colors. Then it's the Nats and the Mets at 7:05 with Scherzer pitching. Visit nationals.com/college rivalry day. Give everybody a boost tomorrow night. Put some spirit in the ballpark. Ball 1 to Brandon Nimmo.
So you have both bands for both schools on the field before the game doing their thing.
Now that would be pageantry, as they say in college football. Good fastball to the inside edge. Brandon Nimmo, a couple of hours ago, only at bat, fly ball to Worth. Foul tip. And the count's 1-2. Well hit to left. Brandon Nimmo with a clean line drive. That's only the second Mets hit tonight. He's aboard with one out for Travis d'Arnaud.
Nice swing right there. Pretty swing. And I know nothing about Brandon Nimmo. I'm just going to say he's a tough kid. Just because he's probably had to endure all the Nemo jokes throughout his life.
Well, and they don't get to play baseball up every part of the year in Cheyenne, Wyoming either. I'm sure maybe he did a lot of traveling as a high schooler.
Rope and steer. Wrestling cattle.
Climbing mountains.
Climbing mountains. Riding horses.
It's an amazing part of the country out there, but we just don't hear of many ball players from the Dakotas or Wyoming or Idaho.
Days. Yeah.
Travis d'Arnaud bouncing ball to Rendon first time up. He's 0 for 2 career against Petit. And Yusmeiro drops in there, a slider for a strike. Jerry Blevins on deck. They made a straight up switch with De Aza replacing Granderson in right field. That one up a little bit. Outside.
There's nothing better than having a really long rain delay. Everybody leaves and you can hear every single rag in the stands when you come back. Because you can't hear it when there's 40,000 people because it's just a big buzz. But now you can hear everything everybody says, and it just makes you want to, I guess, have headphones on is a nice way to say it.
And as we know, the ones who do stick around tend to be a little more vocal.
They're lubed up. They've been pounding brews the whole rain delay.
And some of them get to sit in seats they've never seen before, which adds to the fun. 3 balls, 1 strike.
I'm telling you, it stinks as a player.
There's the ball out to left. Jason Worth is under it in front of the track. As that piece said earlier tonight, we could tell from the get-go, you're going to have to really hit one to get one out of here because the air's been heavy. So here's Jerry Blevins. First at bat this year.
I don't remember seeing him hit as a Nat. Maybe he did. I don't remember it. It's got the classic closed stance.
He had no at-bats for the Nationals in 2014. For his career, he is 0 for 1.
Oh, all right.
And ironically, that happened when he was in Oakland A playing interleague ball back in 13. 1-1.
He looks like he knows what he's doing. Got the tape down. He got that part down. He's watching it. Nice.
Yeah, Yusmeiro still a little bit searching for his command here in his first inning of work. Ground ball, base hit, fly ball. Gone to a couple of long counts. And the bat ends up on the front of the mound. Jerry's holding about 1/4 of it. And the barrel went out toward the pitcher as he threw the bat head at the baseball.
If you knew Jerry Blevins, you have to laugh at that. I mean, he's just the most lighthearted guy in the world. We loved him when he was here. And I'm going to stick with it. He knows what he's doing. It's a good swing. I mean, hey, we've all been there before. See him front hip opening up a little too soon. Eye on the ball.
Yeah, he was watching the ball, not the bat.
It's not a bad hack.
Now it's 2-2. Runner goes. Swinging a chopper. It hits up to Ramos on one hop, foul ball. And back to first, Brandon Nimmo.
Kind of shocked that Nimmo went right there, but
yeah, if he gets thrown out, you have a reliever leading off the next inning.
There's really no percentage in stealing, but hey.
2-2. Blevins hits it well. One hopper, Danny Espinosa. Ball had some velocity. And the ball game is halfway over. It's now an official game. Revere, Worth, and Harper ahead, bottom 5. Telecast is presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. Well, they don't need any more hoses on the infield tonight. As we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, let's check out our Freight Railworks do-up. Ben Revere against the Mets, very strong. Jason Worth, June, very good. Bryce Harper, probably glad Matt Harvey's done. He just can't get a hit against Matt. 1 for 26 career, one of the great mysteries. But those are the do-ups here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Ben has struck out looking and then been out on a hard hit ball to the right side. Revere, 3 for 12 career against Jerry Blevins. He gets the outer half with a strike. One pitch to get Clint Robinson last inning. Now another left-handed batter for Jerry. That ball into right. And cruising to it, Alejandro De Aza. Next up, Jason Worth. By the way, Lucas's old ball club. Harrisburg had an interesting game over in Bowie tonight. They won 13-10, and Wilmer Defoe drove in 7 runs.
It's a good month.
It is. Here's Worth, a walk and a strikeout. Facing Blevins once in his career and has a base hit.
Mets fans are quiet, aren't they?
Is it possible to be quietly obnoxious?
They just sit around and watch baseball and
study the game.
Don't really say a whole lot. They're good fans. They really are. You just can hear them. It's so hard as a player when you're fired up for a big game. It's Matt Harvey, Lucas Giolito. All of a sudden it rains. You're sitting around for a long time, and then you just got to rev up again. It's not the easiest thing in the world. It really isn't, to get that flow, that rhythm of the game, that momentum back that you had.
Outside 2-1. Bryce waiting. He's faced his former teammate 3 times. Outfield pretty straight away. 3-1 to Worth. In there. Counts full. Nissan will track it low in the zone.
Well, he was looking for something belt tie. You get to a 3-1 count, you're not going to swing at a borderline pitch. I mean, it's a good take. It's a strike, but that's a ground ball waiting to happen. He's looking for something a little more center cut and a little higher.
Now he's aboard, and Jason Worth has been walked by the Mets, or shall we say he has earned 4 walks in this series.
Yeah, and seen 21 pitches tonight and 3 at-bats.
So the Nats have now been given 5 walks this evening. Only 1 out, Harper and Murphy the next 2. Bryce 0 for 2 with a walk against Jerry Blevins.
Their game at Citi Field when they walked 11 times this year, when they were up there last time.
The Nats beat the Mets 7-1 on Wednesday, May 18th. Bartolo Colon walked 5, Bastardo 1, Verrett 2, Blevins 2, Jim Henderson 1.
Yeah, it was a snowball fight in New York for sure.
Yeah, more walks than strikeouts that night by the Mets staff. The Nats added 8 hits, and that added up to a 7-1 win. And for Gio Gonzalez, he was 3-1 after that game. Hansel Robles. Terry is 1 reliever short because Logan Verrett's going to start tomorrow night. 1-1 to Harper. There it goes to right field. See you later. Into the bullpen. Number 16 for Bryce, and the Nats lead 3-0. Lefty versus lefty, no problem.
Jose Lobaton taking the helmet off. Hugs and high fives in the Nats dugout. Jonathan Papelbon has his shades on at night. Bryce usually hits them high. Rarely does he hit a low line drive home run. That was a missile out of a cannon, if there's such a thing.
Now Murphy, he gets jammed. That ball over to the left side, cut off by Wilmer Flores, 2 down.
That had the sound, didn't it? That was loud. See it again. Bryce Harper with his 16th. Fastball from Jerry Blevins, catches it out front. Gets that top hand working, and that's what he talks about all the time. Really working that top hand on top of the baseball. That time he did just that. A low screamer into the Nats bullpen. 3 fingers for the big hit.
Yeah, Sammy Solis couldn't catch that one.
No, he's taking his hand with it.
Here's Ramos. He almost doubled off the scoreboard last time. Base hit first time. Wilson Ramos 0 for 1 career against a former battery mate, and the curveball from Jerry Blevins stays outside. Another one, same result, 2-0.
A dangerous count to a dangerous hitter. Remember his last at bat, he hit a deep fly ball to right. He thought it was out. He watched it for a second. So he's hit the ball hard twice tonight. Single his first time up, deep fly ball second time.
Yeah, all geared up on 2-0, and he got the off speed at 83. That ball mashed to center. In fact, the pitcher was ducking on that, and it was caught by Cespedes. Wilson Ramos has crushed it 3 times tonight. But Bryce Harper, he was due to crush one. After the walk, there it goes. And the Nats, after 5 innings, lead 3-0.
Home run, 3-0 Nats. Washington D.C. Lexus dealers donating $250 to the Children's National Health System for every home run a Nats player hits this season. So keep them coming. It's for a wonderful cause. Lexus, the pursuit of perfection. And this swing's pretty perfect. Fastball center cut, low home run for Bryce Harper. You don't see the low line drive home runs off of Bryce's bat. Usually they're high, majestic, real far. That one got out of here in a second.
Yusmeiro Petit, the pitcher of record, top of the order. Alejandro De Aza against him. He hits one high in the air out to left center, where Ben Revere will camp under it and take it for the first out. Curtis Granderson, the only Met before the 5th inning to get on base. First inning hit to left, a 3rd inning walk. Cespedes walk leading off the 4th. He was erased on a Giolito double play. Final pitch Lucas threw in the 4th. Then a base hit last inning by Brandon Nimmo. Cabrera and Cespedes now the next 2.
There's a swing Bryce took off Gil Martin last night. When he just came out of his shoes, he swung and missed it.
That ball hammered down the right field line. And Cabrera has it picked up by Bryce, gets it back in. 1-out double, 6th inning. And just like that, Yoenis Cespedes coming up.
16th double of the year for Cabrera.
First career hit against Petit, and now Cespedes faces him. 0 for 1 with a walk.
But that swing I'm talking about, you know, I took a mental note of it because it was the old Bryce Harper swing. It was the violent swing with balance. And we always marveled at him last year how hard he swung. But when he was done with his swing, he was standing right where he started. And even though he swung at that pitch and missed it by a mile, it was one of the first times in about a month and a half I saw that swing from 2015. And you just saw it again right there on his home run.
Just great to see Bryce centering some balls now. So 3 hits in the series. 1-0 to Cespedes. Good pitch, 88 to the inside edge. And the count's even 1-1. Yoenis 0 for 1 tonight. Hit a rocket to Rendon that Anthony knocked down in the first inning. Then he walked in the 4th. Two-1. Left side. Espinosa. For a moment, Danny thought he might have a play at third. Pretty wet on that grass. He was sliding out there. Infield hit for Cespedes. First and third, 1 out.
Well, he saved the run. And now if Yasmero get a ground ball, you're out of the inning. So nice play by Espinosa to save a run. Good swing by Cespedes, but looked like he was thinking about going to first. Thought better of it.
Next up, Neil Walker. Now the Nats getting their bullpen going. Oliver Perez just popped up, and he is playing catch very quickly.
I always wondered if pitchers knew when a pitching coach was coming out just to stall. You know, I'm sure Mike Maddox had something really good to say to Yasmero Petit. But hey, get a ground ball right here. We're out of this. But everybody else knows that was to get Oliver Perez loose. I'm pretty sure those guys know.
Neil Walker, hot shot to Murphy, fly ball to left. Sounds like we're having college rivalry night one night early here. Let's go Mets, and then the Nats fans boo them down. Walker has driven in 31 runs. Two and 0. Ball 3.
Well, you're thinking A, heads up on a green light here by a guy with some pop, and B, it would be Oliver Perez versus James Loney if the inning continues.
Walker 3 for 8 career against Yasmero. 4-pitch walk. Nats thought he had the outside edge. Bases loaded, 1 out. So here comes Dusty. Yasmero Petit will fail to go 2 innings. He'll get an inning and a third here. And it's the lefty Loney and the lefty Perez coming up. So the Nats 3-0 lead in jeopardy.
Loaded, one out. Oliver Perez on. The fan challenge is back, and we want you to challenge Max Scherzer to anything. That's scary. Can you beat him in video games or ping pong? Tweet your challenge using hashtags #IChallengeMax. He'll pick a winner to face off in a head-to-head competition. I see. Brought to you by Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Live fearless with the name trusted for over 75 years.
Very interesting. 34-year-old Oliver Perez, 32nd appearance, 25 Ks, 8 walks in 19 innings, 17 hits. James Loney is 4 for 13 career against him with a solo home run, 2 walks, but Oliver has struck him out 4 times. So they know each other. Loney 0 for 2 tonight. Fly ball to right, 6-4-3 double play ball. And he couldn't stop his swing on a big sweeping curve.
A drop down slider, 78.
Biggest slider I've ever seen.
Frisbee.
Yeah, 86% efficiency. Another stat always important for relievers. First batter retired. 1-1 with 1 out here. And that time Loney not biting. Well, they started off watching a guy 21. Now they're watching a pitcher 34. That's in there.
Well, Wilson Ramos going to go talk to Oliver Perez. Maybe they want to switch up the signs here. A couple of good sliders from Perez.
Three 3-0 Nationals, top of the 6th inning. Two hours and 25 minutes worth of rain delays tonight. Swing and a miss. Boy, it's so tough for lefties when he's got that hook in his hip pocket. And that's the 2nd out here in the 6th.
So he dropped a couple of sliders in there for strikes, and then with 2 strikes, he drops down even further. And Loney can't stay in there. So nice pitch, expanded the zone with the slider. Beauty.
Wilmer Flores, 0 for 1 career against Oliver Perez. Who spent 5 years of his career as a Met. That's in there. Cutting its way to the inside edge. Then he tried to buzz the inside with a fastball. In the air to center. Ben Revere is there. Bases loaded, 1 out, and Oliver Perez shuts the door.
Mets are hitting .207 with runners in scoring position this year. That's the lowest in baseball, and I had to wait till they made the 3rd out to tell you that. Lucas Giolito approves. into the bottom of the 6th inning. Celebrate the first weekend series of the summer when the Reds visit Nance Park June 30th through July 3rd. Join us for Ladies' Night on Thursday. Post-game Freedom Fireworks on Friday. Rat Pack Night where you get a Bob Carpenter autographed poster. You can pick up a Herbert Hoover bobblehead on Sunday. Visit Nationals.com for your Hoover Haba bobblehead.
And for all of you tuned in late at night, I understood every syllable whether you did or not.
Yes, nailed that.
So Hansel Robles gets the call. 25-year-old right-hander, 34th appearance for the Mets. 44 Ks in 36 innings. He'll walk a few, 16 on the year. And Kelly Johnson takes over at third. Terry Collins has one non-catcher left in his dugout, and that's infielder Matt Reynolds. So this figures to be a double switch. Johnson would bat third in the top of the 7th. Ryan Zimmerman leads off, career 0 for 3 against this right-hander. Ryan tonight a strikeout and a base on balls. Breaking ball catches the front corner of the plate on its way to the outer part. So Jerry Blevins a very costly walk ahead of the Harper home run. He pitches an inning and a third. So Matt Reynolds and their backup catcher Rene Rivera, they only have a 4-man bench because Terry Collins carrying an 8-man bullpen. Has Zimmerman with a fly ball that'll push into the corner. De Aza, and on the move grabs it right in front of the 335 mark.
Well, he was ready right there for Hansel Robles, a guy who quick pitches with 2 strikes. He tried to sneak it by Ryan and put a good swing on it.
Anthony Rendon, 2 hits tonight.
Yeah, Tony 2 bags went Tony 3 bags his first time up. That scored Wilson Ramos all the way from first. And you see that ball staying close to the wall. That enabled Ramos to barely beat the throw. It was a nice relay by the Mets, but because Curtis Granderson had to go in, pick up that baseball, allowed Ramos to score.
Anthony Rendon hits another ball hard. De Aza, though, waiting for it. 2 outs. With more on Danny, here's Dan.
Bob, we've talked about Danny Espinosa's power this season. He also came into today with an on-base percentage just under 400 in June. I asked Dusty Baker how big that is out of the 8 spot. He says it's huge because he's rolling the lineup over. Innings where the number 8 hitter makes the last out, it means the starting pitcher early in the game is leading off the next frame. Dusty says that might force me to pinch hit for my starting pitcher earlier than I might want to, especially if we're trailing. So when a guy in that number 8 spot is getting on base or driving in runs, it means a lot to a manager.
2 walks tonight. And the first walk did turn over the lineup in the second. It got Lucas Giolito to the plate.
Because, in essence, the next inning's a 2-out inning, basically. So you already count the pitcher as an out. And no offense, Nats pitchers can hit, but that's the theory behind turning the lineup over. If you have the pitcher leading off the next inning, it's an easier inning for whoever's pitching against you.
Yeah. And as we've talked about earlier, a couple weeks ago, don't even think about comparing a number 8 hitter in the American League to one in the National League.
He's got a batter hitting behind him, a real one. No offense to the pitchers again, just crushing all the starting pitchers right now. But it's true.
Nats box. Ramos 1 out single, 2nd inning. Rendon tripled him home. Murphy had a hit in the 4th, his 101st. But then the big sequence, the Worth walk 1 out 5th inning, and then Bryce took Jerry Blevins into the bullpen to put the Nationals up by 3. And by the way, Sammy Solis is out there throwing. Espinosa, big time hack right there. So Heisey on deck if the inning continues. So a big time shutdown by the left-hander who will precede Sammy. 8 pitches, 5 strikes for Oliver Perez.
Watch a quick pitch here with 2 strikes. Can I watch it here again with 2 strikes? You remember, Robles did it to Zimmerman. Might have been last year, and Ryan wasn't too happy about it. He was ready for it this time, just didn't get to hit the drop.
Three and 2. Danny Espinosa has 26 walks this year. So his on-base percentage is over .330 now. Time given. That is not a stat we used to associate with Danny Espinosa, but we are now. There he goes again. 3 walks tonight. Danny Espinosa on base for the 6th time in this series.
You know how you get out of the 8th slot? You do exactly what Danny Espinosa is doing, and a manager will find a way to get you in a different place in the order. I mean, you walk, you get hits. We know about the power and the taters, but you start getting on base consistently, a manager can look at that and say, hey, I could use that guy in another spot in the order. Even though he's valuable in the 8th spot, you know, Espinosa can run. He might find himself hitting higher here. I don't know where or when, but he keeps doing what he's doing. That's how you get out of jail, so to speak. And a lot of hitters call the 8th spot jail.
Yeah, so right now his on-base percentage about 30 points higher this year than his career coming in.
It's better than the 10th spot.
Chris Heisey now. That's in the dirt. So the Mets, the only team against whom Danny Espinosa has walked 3 times in a game. 5 years ago and then again tonight. So you guys look out in the year 2021. He's going to do it again. He might do it a few more times this year.
Well, when you talk about it, Carp, I think he's learning how to hit 8th, meaning take your walks when they're there. Don't expand the zone. I know he was frustrated in April because he had never really hit there consistently, but you know, he's learning the craft, so to speak, of hitting in that position. If you're going to walk me, I'm going to take my walks. You're not going to get 3-2 fastballs. So he's learning as he goes what teams are going to do to him in certain counts and in certain situations.
2-0. Heisey taking all the way. Two-one pitch, a lot of room up the middle. Heisey, as a rule, a pull hitter, lays off, and now it's 3-1. To the top of the order in a moment, Ben Revere.
See if Dusty starts Danny Espinosa here in a 3-1 count. Doesn't wait till it gets to 3-2. It's a good count to run on, especially pinch hitter. He's going to be all systems go right here. Maybe you're betting on a gapper to score him from first. See.
Fastball to the inside edge.
Robles real quick to the plate.
Off and running is Espinosa, and Heisey called out on strikes. So the previous pitch inside edge, that one outside edge. Into the 7th now, 3-0 Washington. 9 coming up. Not only in innings, but for the Mets. Let's have a look at the bullpen. Last 8 ball games. ERA under a run and a half. And the opponent's hitting under 260, keeping it in the yard, not walking guys. And they continue to retain that outstanding strikeout to walk ratio. I mean, that's better than outstanding. It's borderline incredible.
Oh, you look at it, a big reason why. And Sammy Solis, there's the arsenal. Fastball averaging 94, curveball 80, occasional changeup at 85, 86. 21st appearance. Look at the ERA, 1.46. An opponent's hitting just 153 off the Nets left-hander out of the bullpen.
Brandon Nimmo sees Sammy Solis for the first time. He's gone the other way twice. Fly ball to left in the second. And then a hard hit line drive with 1 out, 5th inning. 2-0. Yeah, Sammy right in the middle of all that with a 1.46 ERA this year in 20 appearances. Just 1 out under 25 innings. That's right in there.
Sammy Solis does what I think every reliever in baseball should do. Get it and throw it. He has a tremendous work rate. Doesn't mess around. Give me a sign. Let's do this.
Out to short. Danny Espinosa scoops and fires. Potomac Nationals still at the Fitz. They continue a 3-game series tomorrow night against the Winston-Salem Dash. So look for $2 hot dogs, general admission tickets on the 28th, summer camp daycare day on the 29th. So the $2 hot dogs were tonight. Sorry. To join the party at the Fitz, 703-590-2311 or PotomacNationals.com.
Yesterday was National Sunglasses Day, not today. But in Jonathan Papelbon's world, it's 75 and sunny every single day, no matter what time it is.
It's a good look. Solis on the comebacker. Hot one hopper from Travis d'Arnaud. 2 outs. Kelly Johnson next. Solis and Johnson matching for the first time. That's perfect to the outside edge. Dusty and Mike Maddox can't look around too long between pitches. 2-1.
There's certain guys when you're playing defense that work too fast. You might be looking around a little bit, checking out the scenery, and all of a sudden you hear the glove pop. You're like, ooh, I better lock in. 12.9 seconds between pitches.
That's great. That ball rocked into right field. For the Mets, their 5th base hit tonight. Top of the order, Alejandro De Aza. I guess some of the Mets guys were talking earlier that Curtis Granderson was having a hard time getting loose out of the second rain delay. He's 35 years of age, and they got Alejandro out there to replace him. Fly ball to center his first time up. Prior to the Mets putting 3 men aboard against Yasmero Petit, and then the sequence of the night for the bullpen was Perez striking out Loney and getting Flores to fly out. End of threat. Diaz has started his career with the Marlins back in '07. White Sox for parts of 5 years, and then some time with the Orioles. Boston picked up by the Mets on waivers. And also some time down the stretch with the Giants last year. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Solis took a little bit off, and he gets a fly ball to left. It backs up Worth. That's it for the Mets in the 7th inning. And how about the 7th inning stretch at 11:37 p.m.? We all need it. On Masson, brought to you by Airlines for America, where airplanes land, opportunity takes off, and by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces and their families for over 80 years, federally insured by NCUA. Yeah, street lights have been on for quite a while.
There's my Uber driver right there. That one right there.
He just picked up somebody else, I'm afraid.
In the creepy van.
We're going bottom 7 with the top of the order. Hansel Robles still in there. Nats trying to win the series tonight. And then you've got Max Scherzer set to go tomorrow night. Let's go inside some numbers with Jeep here. So the Cubs, unbelievable run differential. They were on a crazy 400+ pace there for a while. That wouldn't last. But the Nats are second. 5 over St. Louis, the Giants, the Dodgers on that list. All brought to you by Jeep. All that matters is outscoring your opponents. The bottom line, there are different ways to get there. And it's kind of interesting that in this series, the Nats have done it with singles, doubles, 1 triple, and 1 home run. Cubs just scored to go ahead of the Reds 3-2 in the 15th inning. Ben Revere strikeout, ground out, fly ball. 1 for 2 career against Hansel Robles. And that fastball is upstairs.
Ball hard his last time up to right field.
Yeah. On the grass at third, Kelly Johnson. And Ben Revere, another one out of play to the left side.
The way Robles kind of drops and drives, it almost has the illusion of his fastball rising. You're seeing the ball kind of start at the top of the zone and go up out of it. It's because of his delivery. Guy got to really look for the lower half of the zone down guy.
1-2, and Revere rips it to left. Nimmo going back and waiting. 1 out, bottom 7.
So did you see the quick pitch right there with 2 strikes? Second time he's done, he did to Ryan Zimmerman. Now Ben Revere, watch. Well, you can't see right there. But his delivery just didn't really come set. And watch. There you go. Got to be ready. Everything at the top of the zone.
Jason Worth 0 for 1, on base twice with walks. A run scored. Strike call, even though he leaned back. Well, quite a low liner out of the ballpark to right field last time for Bryce Harper.
He wasn't ready.
You know, one of these half innings, we're just going to let the fans call the action.
Hey, I'm so up for that.
Worth a swing and a miss. 2 down. Second K by Robles. How about what Bryce did last time?
It was the first home run that Jerry Blevins has given up to a lefty since August of 2013. It was Prince Fielder who hit it. So Blevins not used to giving up taters to lefties, and this one got out of here in a minute. Well, a second, because a minute it would have been a lot higher. Hit speed 106, 396. And I got to find out what that's all about. Fireworks show, maybe? 4th of July coming?
Harper rips another one. This one shorter and over in the corner. De Aza can't get it. And Bryce will pull into second with another extra base hit. So 6 total bases for Harper tonight. Starting to drive the ball.
Well, the way Bryce has been getting robbed lately, I bet you half thought this was going to get caught. Didn't square it up like he did the last one, but Diaz had a beat on it, and you thought he was going to dive and catch it. Bryce Harper still gets a 2-out double. Nice swing. So things kind of change. You see the balance in the last 2 swings dating back to last night. Bryce Harper has figured something out. And that's a good thing if you're Dusty Baker and the Nats.
Here's Murphy. They're going to walk him and go righty-righty with Wilson Ramos. It'll be Robles' second walk. So the first time these ex-teammates see each other, one gets walked.
See that? They tried to pick off Bryce at second base. Robles is full of tricks. Watch this. Quick pitches to home, and watch this. Bryce looking down. Got back easily. Gotta get your heart rate going.
And now ball 4 to Murphy. Wilson Ramos 0 for 2 career against Robles.
Robles saw Bryce looking down and decided he was going to pick him off. I'm sorry, I just think this is funny. Bryce, heads up, back. I bet you Bob Henley had something to do with that. He probably screaming his lungs out right there. With nobody here at the ballpark, Bryce hurt him.
It's a good thing he was only one step off of the bag.
It's a heads-up play by Robles. You got to give him some. You saw Bryce looking down.
Wilson Ramos, an unlucky 1 for 3. Line drive up the middle. Ball driven to the gap, caught up against the scoreboard, and then an absolute laser right at Cespedes in center last time up. Runners getting big leads. Inside to Ramos. Darno sliding to his left. Ramos to center. This ball hit a ton. At the base of the wall, Harper scores. Here comes Murphy. And Wilson Ramos, who should be an all-star, makes it a 5-0 game. 43 RBIs. Can you hit the ball better 4 times in one night?
Well, he just has such a distinct sound whenever he squares one up. And the hanging slider from Robles drilled to center field, and the Buffalo just turned a 3-run lead into a 5-run lead. You can't walk somebody to get to a Buffalo. He's going to make you pay every time. 2 horns up, absolutely. If you're still up, go to your computer and vote for Wilson Ramos. Attitude approves.
Ryan Zimmerman next. First batter Robles faced to start last inning, and he gets unlucky. That ball was labeled for center field, and Robles is down. Deflected off of him to Neil Walker on a 1-4-3. Got him on the leg, it appears. Ryan Zimmerman walks over near the mound to check on an opponent. Classy move. And they're going to help Robles to his feet.
It's a classy move by Ryan.
Unlucky not to get a hit. We hope Robles is okay, and the Nats certainly are. 5-run lead.
Perez, right? All kinds of traffic out there on the bases. They're loaded with 1 out. He gets James Loney on the 3rd slider he would throw him. And then Wilmer Flores to pop up. And before that, the Mets were hitting .207 with runners in scoring position. You got to figure that went down a little bit. That's the lowest in baseball by a lot.
Wilson Ramos coming through again. Getting ready to catch a second inning by Sammy Solis here. And a fastball that just misses to Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabrera, the double that got that would-be rally going last time. Counts even, 1-1.
That whole sequence with Wilson and Murph and Bryce, that could have been the Nats 3 All-Stars all in a row there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you never know who's going to be selected as a pitcher, but Bryce with the double, Murphy with the intentional walk, and then the Buffalo with the double. They all should be All-Stars. Terry Collins is managing, so he just witnessed it all.
Swing and a miss on a curveball in the dirt. Sammy Solis has retired 4 of the 5 Mets he's faced.
Time for Toyota Case for Kids. Well, it's past time, but we'll just read it right now. The Washington area Toyota dealers want to help children and their families by making a $37 donation to the Children's Inn at NIH for every K by a Nats pitcher this season.
Cespedes, 1 for 2. He's hit the ball hard twice, so walk in between. Oh for 1 against Sammy. He leaves nothing in the bag. 1-1 on a big swing.
Nah, it doesn't get cheated. Big power zone.
You don't see a lot of right-handed batters with a power zone down and in like that.
Good low ball hitter. Good bad ball hitter.
Fastball up, and it's 2-1.
He doesn't have as much accessories since the last time we visited the Mets.
2-2.
I mean,
this will be out of play.
The neon sleeve. He had a bunch of wrist bracelets on. He had a neon necklace.
Yeah.
Then he had an elbow guard that had a big 52 on it. So he's downsizing as the season goes on. They try and play a little lighter. Still got great numbers, having a great year.
And this one in the air to right. Bryce Harper coming in. 2 outs in the 8th. Spend this summer here at the ballpark with us. A Summer Saver Pack gets you 1 game free when you buy 3 regular season games. Some restrictions do apply. Visit nationals.com/summer for all the details. Strike 1 to Neil Walker.
I was keeping my scorecard all neat to give to Lucas after the game. And then I forgot about it during the rain delay, and it's just awful the second half. So I apologize to Lucas in advance. I forgot.
Boy, is that going to ruin his night or what?
I'm sure yours is pristine like it always is. No, I did get rain on it. I'm good. But I've just gone straight slop here the last 3 innings. I'll tighten it up. My bad.
1-2 to Walker. Sammy Solis keeps getting outs. Murphy under this one. to the bottom of the 8th. 7-8-9 coming up for the Nationals, who lead by 5.
Base dugout broke out into a Giolito, and the guys in the dugout were kind of clapping along with the fans. I think they wanted a Lucas Giolito curtain call. It's pretty cool, actually. The fans that stuck around cheering for Lucas.
He's going to enjoy every moment of this until the last out's made. Addison Reed is on the mound for the Mets here. '27-year-old right-hander. And for the Mets, it's his 38th appearance, .257 the ERA. 40 Ks in 35 innings.
Fastball throws 78% of the time, averages 92. Slider touches a changeup every once in a while. Fastball has a little cut action to it.
Anthony Rendon, another good night, 2 for 3. And against Addison Reed, 0 for 4 career. Midnight at the ballpark. Worth every second to get a series win here and to have witnessed what we saw from Lucas Giolito earlier.
And we're in tomorrow with you because we're on the West Coast, so same day rule.
Swing and a miss, and that's the out. Wednesday night, it's Max Scherzer. 8-5, 3-3 career against the Mets, 138 strikeouts, second in all of baseball. And we'll have Nats Extra for you starting at 6:30 as always. First pitch, 7:05. And a possible sweep in the offing.
Still got 3 outs to get. No jinx rule.
Logan Verrett, and he has stepped out of the bullpen when needed to make some starts for them this year. It'll be his 5th start, 21st appearance. One to Danny. And he'll get jammed and fouled it away. Nationals getting good bullpen work tonight. Stephen Drew on deck to hit for Sammy Solis. 1 hit, no runs, 1 strikeout in 2 innings.
I don't know that I've ever seen Screech in his pajamas, but he's got his PJs on. He's ready for bed, folks. He is not nocturnal.
And they are all ready for him. Hanging with the mascot late at night. There's another strikeout by Addison Reed, 2 down.
I didn't know they made PJs for Eagles, but I mean, it looks good on him.
Here's Stephen Drew.
Screech is a character, isn't he, Bob?
You're right, he is a character.
Yep.
Drew 0 for 2 career against Reed. Both former Diamondbacks, but did not play together. So either Sean Kelly, or Matt Belisle to finish things off here. Maybe Sean up just in case they get a couple of runners. No, Stephen Drew having a fine year. 240 overall. 4 pinch hits, 3 of those home runs, producing 5 RBIs. And a 1-2. That ball hit hard. 1 hopper, Neil Walker. To the 9th. To the 9th. It's taken until tomorrow to do it. And it's all Nats, 5-0. What a night for Lucas Giolito on your right. How about in between innings just now? Isn't that great?
Yeah, the guys were getting into it on the bench too. Look, you could see the hands kind of sticking up over the dugout. Jose Lobaton was clapping along. Gio is chatting next to him. Tell him, hey, they want a curtain call. Having fun with the new guy. I like it.
Sean Kelly, non-safe situation, hasn't worked in a while.
32nd appearance, ERA 2.60, 40 strikeouts, just 6 walks. Opponents hitting 194 against the fastball slider combination. Fastball low to mid-90s.
A tense inning and a third Sunday in Milwaukee to get his 3rd save. The sun a factor. on a triple by VR, and then finally that game-ending fly ball caught by Jason Worth. Infielder Matt Reynolds on deck to hit for the pitcher. And this one rolling down the first base side and going foul.
You know, I always have crazy rule changes, right?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I feel like if a pitcher leaves a game after 4 innings and it's a rain delay, and he can't come back because the rain delay is too long, and he leaves with the lead, that he should get the win because he was the most effective pitcher and he has no control over the weather. And that should be a new scorekeeping rule. Just saying.
I think you
judges. No? Thumbs down? I mean, why not? He had no control over the weather tonight. He was the most effective pitcher in this game besides Sammy Solis. Just saying. I don't know.
I think you should meet with the commissioner's staff in New York and take all of your ideas up there the next time the Nats play the Mets. This might be the most realistic of your proposals so far. I kind of like it.
Due to weather. That's it. I mean, if you go 4 and the manager yanks you because you're starting to lose it and you leave with the lead, you know, it's about the team winning and not you. No, sorry. But if the tarp's on the field and there's a rain delay that kicks you out of the game, basically, because it's too long, you should get the win. Just saying. I mean, it's not up there with my only 10 throw over rule, or the catcher can only go out to the mound 3 times during a game.
I do think this realistic proposal will be heard by those that you came up with before it. You know, the visits to the mound and the throwovers and all that stuff. Because you'd have been ejected from the commissioner's office about 3 or 4 times already.
And if you take more,
but if you keep coming back, no, I think you make a point.
Well, it's about time.
Yeah, after 3 innings, maybe not. But after 4, you're on the verge of a win.
4 innings, rain delay, on the verge of a win. You had no control over the thunderstorm. You get a win. And yeah, Harvey gets the loss, and he only went 4 innings tonight. If it stays like this.
Yeah. Yeah, he only gave up 1 run.
It's genius.
Harvey, by the way, will be 4-10 unless there's a Mets miracle here. Reynolds couldn't stop. Marquez says it's a strike, and the count's 2-2.
Oh, the other one was 3 foul balls with 2 strikes and you're out.
You got no shot on that one.
Yeah, I should have not mentioned that.
Strike 3 call.
Perfect pitch.
Chris Guccione thought about it for a second. Reynolds didn't like it. 2 outs in the 9th.
Now, you've been sitting here as long as everybody has. You know, as a hitter in a 5-0 game, that the strike zone might get a little bit bigger late. Pretty good frame by Wilson Ramos and a great pitch by Sean Kelly. That was paint.
And for the Mets, it's Brandon Nimmo, the rookie. Well, in 1 out, look who would suddenly have a 3-game winning streak after all the adversity just a few days ago. Nimmo 1 for 3 tonight. Johnny Holiday, Ray Knight hanging out all night long. Perfect fastball by Sean Kelly, and the Nats are a strike away. 0-2 in the dirt. Crowd of 29,918 paid tonight. And a 1-2. Hot shot right side. Hey, Ryan Zimmerman, give Lucas Giolito the game ball. Murphy takes care of business. So does the Nats bullpen. And at 12:13 a.m., the victory is in the books. And the Nats have won 46 games this year.
Well, if he doesn't get the win, which he probably won't, he's got a lot to look forward to. He'll have his share of major league wins, and that's 16 unanswered runs by the Nats after the Mets went up 4-0 yesterday. So a nice win and a nice series win. Go for the sweep tomorrow.
There's Lucas. He stands a little taller than most of his teammates. In fact, all of them. What a night.